Oh, so we was trying to get... What? I moved the corner! That sucks. I hit that corner so well. Okay. Yes! Let's go with the flashbang! Get shit on! Oh, you bitch! You bitch. No, my God. What the heck? That's crazy. Not the... Oh my God. Not the... Oh my freaking God. That's crazy. He's gonna be on my ass in a second.
I like your complaining.
I'm not complaining. I will let him choke me out any day. Oh, Daddy. Oh, hi, Daddy Wesker. Hello. Hey, Daddy. Yes. 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 He gave me nodders. Respect, respect. Love you. Oh, bitch. Bitch. Goddamn. I love this Rick. He was juicing this killer the whole, pretty much almost the whole game. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Not the DC. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. That... I guess he couldn't handle... Oh, I don't want to block y'all. Hot, dead-hearted into that motherfucker. I'm so sorry, Odie. I am so sorry. Fong was just trying to tell me hi.
Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party.
What are they doing? Yes. What the heck? Yes, yes, yes. Oh my gosh, they're smacking my ass.
I'll put it in the extract.
Also, guys, if you guys are on YouTube, don't forget to like today's stream.
Hi guys,
What's up?
Oh,
it's me, Lola Bunny.
Oh, look at Lola.
oh wow, that's wild. Oh, that's
Oh,
wild.
oh, now right go. Now right go.
That's wild.
Hi Tater, how are you?
Hey, bestie.
Looks like we're both hooked.
Just hanging out.
Bye, besties.
Yeah.
Bye. Wait,
Bye.
where's Wraith? I want to give him my map. Oh, bitch!
And you got picked. Oh my God, Lola.
Y'all didn't see that? No!
Lola.
Y'all didn't see that? This Nia. I miss this tech. Help you, Nestor? Excuse me? You want me to help you? Help? I missed 2 skill checks because of that? Yeah. So... Yeah, so for example, if a... Oh! Are you fucking kidding me? Hello?
You drink piss. You drink piss. That's what you
crazy.
do. Fuck.
That's honestly
Assholes.
crazy. I was not expecting this. Bye. Sir? Okay, you just hooked me. I want Oni now. I want Oni. Sir, stop Okay, the only tentacle that I'll actually allow is Wesker's. So... Lara, now why would you... I don't understand. She could have just left. She could have just left. Oh my god. Well, so much for that. So much for that then. I think so, Sam. Here.
Okay.
Okay.
Look,
Sam.
see, I turned it on.
Sam.
Okay.
Okay, I think it's best if we
Bye,
leave.
I'm getting the hell out of here. Oh, I went in the wrong room. Wait, what the heck? I'm scared. Wait! Close the door! Oh my god! I'm scared.
Oh my god. Get. Oh my god, get out of my way. Get out of my way. You freaking piece of grass. Oh my god. Ah! I'm not gonna make it, Rory. I don't know. I'm scared. Okay. No!
Did you not make it? No.
No! I hate that. Some people in my community. So if you ever wanted to like practice killer. Oh, you. Hello. Okay, I'm starting a little bit earlier today. I don't want to start streaming. So I did add a couple of you guys are not a part of the Discord. Also, I get to that. Anthem, I don't know if I think I do. Tiller. Is it choppy? Well, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't really touched anything. So I'm not. It could just be a you issue, but I don't know. I haven't messed with anything for my mic. Also, Lemur, thank you for redeeming first, and thank you guys for like redeeming your guys' daily latte and your LME attendance. Surprisingly, second and third have not been claimed, so y'all are more than welcome to claim it. I might just delete those. So, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure things out for that, but yeah. So we're gonna be doing open lobbies today. If anyone does want to do open lobbies, you guys are more than welcome to join. No pressure though.
Hi, how are you?
Is it that bad? Okay, how about now? Is that better or no? Is that better or no? I don't know if that's better, but I did back my mic away from me. Okay, is this better? I don't know. Well, that's the thing. I did have a noise gate and I wasn't sure. Like, I'm not talking like super loudly, but I don't know. But if it is better, let me know. I don't like tech issues. I hate tech issues. I despise tech issues. But if that is better, please let me know. I am trying my best. I'm trying my best. Um I'm trying my best to not talk super loudly, but at the same time, I don't know if that's better. Like you guys are saying it seems better, but I don't know if it's like I don't know. But also, Antha Maria, thank you for being here. I do appreciate you. Welcome in. I'm hoping it is better. Okay. Since moving it, I haven't heard anything choppy. Okay. Yes, welcome in. Also, how did you find my channel, by the way? I like to know how new people find me. So I do try to welcome in new people in my community. And I just wanted to make sure that people are feeling welcomed when they're new. But yeah, welcome in. I'm also live on YouTube as well. So, yeah. But hopefully I am partner pushing. So, anything, anything like here, I'm mod for Soft Haunt. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. See, I like saw your name and then I was like, that name looks familiar, but welcome in. Yes, guys, I'm also a proud member of Soft Haunts. It's a stream team that helps creators with like accessibility issues and also they help like just people in general with like that have accessibility issues or it's also a they also advocate for people, especially like with people who have like disabilities and stuff as well. So if you guys do want to go check them out, they are very, very lovely. Oh, that's a new thing. That's a new thing, artist. So um I have a like rule set for people just tuning in to YouTube. So it'll probably just tell people that like every time they join the live stream. I keep forgetting that I have that. Thankfully I have it set to every 30 minutes. But yeah. But yes. I love soft haunts. I'm glad to be a part of it. Um oh, is it loud? Hold on. Let me lower it. Sorry. Okay. I had to do the Rickroll for that, but I did adjust it so that way it's not too loud. I'm trying to like adjust my volume for a lot of things, so um hopefully it's not too bad anymore. I'm just trying to find the right things. Let me also just catch up on chat real quickly. I know like there's a couple people here, but also okay. I love your VTuber design. My special interest when I was a little girl was cows, so I love the little plushie. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. So um my friend Shyla Scholes, she made this for me a couple years ago on like my old Twitch account before I was like ever known as Lola. And she made this for me like years ago. And I was always someone who like would advocate for people who um like didn't want to really be perceived online. And I recently started showing my face. Um and I really want people to know that even if they're like behind a like VTuber, a PNG tuber, like or like an animated character or like whatever, and didn't really want to be perceived online, they are able to um they are able to not be perceived and that they're okay to not be seen, especially if like they just don't feel comfortable with like showing their face on the internet because of like privacy reasons. Like they don't want people to know that like what they really look like, if that makes sense. I really love to just advocate. um I really just love to advocate for people like that. And um it makes me feel very, very like special and unique, if that makes sense. I don't know if that makes sense, but I I really want to like advocate for people. And I also just want to make sure that like, and that's why I also like join soft haunts as well, is because, obviously like you guys are all about like advocacy and like accessibility and all this other stuff. And I really want to make sure people like advocate for things that they stand for. So I truly believe that like it makes it feel a lot better. If that makes sense. I don't know. Am I making sense? Volume issues are always seem so stressful. You're doing so great. Thank you. Um, no, I totally get that. I'm very private and nervous when it comes to being online. Yeah. Like especially like if you like just met like, you know, obviously like growing up, like your parents always told you like, oh, like never ever trust strangers online. But then, you know, obviously there's people here on Twitch that like cultivate a community and like they tend to share things. But then there's also people who are like a detriment and like you just thought you could trust people and you just tend to make sure like you're like it's very very hard to like trust people and like once they like cut that trust it's kind of like hard for you to trust people ever again, you know. So personally for me like I just want to make sure people are like trusted and like cultivated like even if they like want to like reach out to someone or like even if they feel like they don't want to be a burden to someone, they tend to not share like a lot of things, you know. Can be such a delicate balance of connection and your own feelings of safety. Yeah, like for me like after like some time like on the internet like it took me a while to like just trust a lot of people, but like I've gotten to know like a lot of people here like on Twitch and I've reconnected with old friends and you know obviously like they have told me like hey like you did this for your safety and I'm so sorry that like these people like did these to you and like it's such a struggle to find the necessary balance and like advocate for yourself, especially like when it just comes to like you know just being there for people, especially like if you trust that person like you just treat them like you would like your family or like I mean like I've had issues with like IRL family before so like it's like you know like you said there are people that you would want to treat on the internet like family and then it's kind of just like losing that friendship with that said person you're kind of just like dang where did we go wrong because like some people will like cut you off with like no explanation and it's just like I've had that happen to me before and some people will cut you off because of jealousy or like whatever and like after a while you're just like what did I do wrong, you know what I mean, like I'm kind of just like and you have like all these questions of like what the heck happened or like things like that like so I kind of just like tend to advocate for people a lot and like there are times where like I'll give like people the benefit of the doubt and then you're kind of just like oh my god what the heck, you know. So it's very hard for sure, um and I also want to make sure people are safe and secure and things like that. So I just want to make sure people are like safe, if that makes sense. And like even just recently, like I just made like my Discord server like up like I had to like make a second look. So the Discord server that I have now is like my second Discord that I've ever made. And I've had to like protect my peace because of certain things that had happened in like my previous Discord that I just felt like and or like things that like potentially happened in like my old server and I just had some people try to like dox me and stuff and I had to like make it new one, which is like my current one that I have now, and it just made me who I am today. And I'm just like, I really need something to help me be safe. And I recently just made it apply to join because I got tired of like the GFX artists like just coming through and like um and so like I just made it um like easier for people to like know, um and then things like that. So um and yeah, so I also just want to make sure that like a lot of people know that they're like welcomed and safe. But also today I also want to make sure that you guys know that we are doing open lobbies on Lights Out. So if anyone would like to join, feel free. I don't care how many hours you have in the game. I don't care if you feel like you're bad or good on DBD. Oh, I do have that word private. Um Anthamira, but I do know what you said. You said that yeah, the GFX thing is wild, especially when a lot of that is scams and AI nowadays. Yes. I know your message is hidden, but because like I have it as banned words. Um so like in case people do come in here and like try to sell um yeah, it's because it's a part of my blocked words artist. So it's like you won't even see it in Automod because it's private. It's like private block terms. I figured that it was that word. Yeah. Some of the words I have private through Automod and it's like a private block terms, and some of the words that I do have blocked are pretty private because they're like slurs and stuff. And I like most of the words that I do have blocked are slurs, and it's just for extra protection. Yeah, it's a really nice feature honestly for popping chats because it can be hard to keep up with. Yes. Um and also I just want to make sure that you guys know that um uh you guys are like amazing, and I like do appreciate you guys for being here consistently. Like even my mods, like I tell my mods like all the time, like um you guys don't have to consistently be here because it's like a voluntary thing, and I don't expect people to just be here like all the time. Um but like it's very nice to like have um and also like I have like a lot of channel redeems like for like letting me know that you're here lurking, or like if you don't want to be perceived, there's like I have a lurk redeem, and like that lets me know like hey, like you're here lurking but like willing to chat whenever. And then like the don't perceive me redeem is letting me know that you don't want to be perceived and aren't going to be chatting at all, but will still be here to like heavy lurk and stuff. So like I always try to have people here like to let them like me know like hey, like I'm still here, gonna be here supporting you. Like I'm just having like a low energy day, or like technically like the don't perceive me is just like if people like are having like a very like bad mental health day or like something, or like they don't want to be perceived in general and like whatever. It's like really helpful. And I just want people to know that like they're like welcome to be here if they don't feel like chatting. I love the don't perceive me redeem, so I can be like, hey, I still want to support and adore you, but I have zero social. Yes, yes, that's exactly like the point of like me having that redeem, is that being like, hey, like I don't want to be social, but like I appreciate you just as much as when I do chit chat, because um you know, you could also be just busy with work, and like you're just like, hey, like I don't want to be perceived, but like I'm busy, you know. Or if you have like a really really long day. um I also um I also try to what am I trying to say? I don't even know. I'm like yapping so much today. And I recently just edited some things in like the Discord. So like I had let my mods know, and like I did make an announcement in my Discord letting people know that like, hey, um like I added a couple of channels. So like if you guys are like heavy into DBD, and you guys are like into like having leaks like for like upcoming outfits and like events and stuff, and you don't really care about like seeing leaks. So like for example, and I'm just saying this as an example, so like if you're like into like getting cosmetics and stuff, like or like banners or charms and something like that, like the leaks channel will like show like, hey, like these are the upcoming like leaks or like upcoming cosmetics that will be coming to DBD. Or like another example is like, let's say for example, like when if this was like the like first iteration of like 2v8, because I know 2v8 is like next week. So like let's say for example, like if this were to be like the very first iteration of like 2v8 and like them introducing it, they're gonna be like, hey, like, you know, like upcoming killers. Or like if this were like the actual second duration, they're just like, oh, like, you know, like we're gonna be adding Legion or like such and such killer to 2v8, and like we want you guys to be able to enjoy that said killer. Does that make sense? Like, so like I did add a DVD's leak channel for all my DVD players. I did add it in the DVD category, and if you don't have the DVD role unlocked, you won't be able to see it. And then I did add two other channels. I did add two other channels. I added a tag spoilers channel. So if you guys were to like talk about like something that's like spoiler related, or like as in like I was mentioning earlier, if you were to talk about like a game that had like heavy spoilers, like I don't know, like Resident Evil, or like an upcoming update for like Stardew Valley, and you didn't see like any upcoming updates for that said game, you could like mark it as a spoiler. And if there's a photo to be shared, you could be like, hey, here's a spoiler, and you can like mark that said image as a spoiler, if that makes sense. Like I added that as a like tool for people to like know how to do that said thing, if that makes sense. And then another channel that I did add was a server help channel. So obviously I added a bot called the it's like a ticket managing bot, where if someone wanted to open a ticket for like help, so instead of like DMing me or my mods about that said issue, you can open a ticket in my server, and it won't show to everybody. It won't show to everybody. At least I'm hoping. At least I'm hoping to like that it won't. Because I know I know when you're opening a ticket, it'll only show it to me and like the mods and stuff and like people who were invited into that said ticket thingy. So I'm hoping that it does. I did test it out for myself, but I don't know if like, so like I did utilize that as a channel just so that way people, just so that way people can like actually be like, hey, like, I want to open a ticket. I need help with like a said thing. So like if one of my community members had like a problem with like another community member, like instead of like reaching out to me or like my mods, they can open a ticket for that, if that makes sense. So I did add a couple of channels in the Discord for that. And I want people to make sure that they're able to utilize those. But also here is the Discord. Since we are talking about it, I do want to share the Discord so that way if people do want to join it, like I said, it is applied to join. So like me and my mods will have to approve of you to before joining, which is like basically just a safety measure, like I mentioned before. So that way, like if I like end up getting like hate rated on Discord or something, like I would have to like approve of you to join, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's just some changes that I've made in my server. So I'm very excited to actually do that for you guys. And like I'm very proud of myself, I have to say. I just want to make sure that like I just want you guys to know that like I'm proud of myself and like how far I've come to doing that. And it's very nice. And I'm trying to like just adjust my like time and like effort to like just do specific things, if that makes sense. I just want to make sure that like people are able to do things and stuff. So yeah. I'm sorry. I'm like over yapping. I feel y'all can tell me to shut up if y'all want, but that's just me. We can play some DBD. But I do appreciate you guys just being here. Regardless. We're gonna play some Lights Out. I don't know how I'll feel about it. But I am doing open lobbies, like I said. So if you guys do want to join, feel free. Oh, me and Yui like readied up at the same time. Oh my god. The thing that I like about Lights Out is that you don't have to utilize perks or rely on perks, but I just don't really like how they are like adding like lanterns and like last Lights Out, they had the candelabras for the Castlevania chapter, and that was like 2 years ago, and that's the last time that we've ever had Lights Out. And I'm kind of mad because it's like, what's the point of it being Lights Out if you're giving us things with an exception? Like, And I'm like, what's the point of like having it? You know, like, what's the point of having a light that like? And I had seen like Spook and Jukes like make a video about it, and like look at this, look at this is like free windows of opportunity, like free windows of opportunity right here. You get like, you also get free like off the record as well, like and like I just feel like it just snitches you out. It doesn't really do much if you ask me, other than yeah, like and it's like you can't, like, you don't know like where the killer is, obviously, but like okay, there's a door right there. But like, it's just so annoying because it's like you are relying on a lantern to give you free windows of opportunity. And it's like, you know, oh, it's a ghost face. Okay, 2 gens got done. 2 gens got done. I don't know if he's coming, so I'm gonna just get away from here. Oh, her bar's going up, so I'm not gonna risk. It looks like it stopped, so I have no more fun without the lantern. Just running around and playing DBD like a horror game. Yeah, that's like, but like for me, that's the whole point. It's supposed to be like a horror game. And that's why like I do like Lights Out, is because it's like, this is how I envision Lights, like DBD to be, like dark, not knowing where your teammates are, without like relying on like a lantern or like anything. Like this, like, like, going against stealth killers in general, like, you think that's scary, like, during, like, regular lobbies? But, like, this is the true, like, definition of, like, horror, you know what I mean? Like, this is, like... Well, time for me to go, I guess. Oh! Hey, Bessie. Okay, 3 gens have been done. Yeah, I really enjoy the mode. I thought I moved. Because it, wait. Because it is because modern DVD doesn't feel as horror. Yeah, for sure. Can you not teabag, please? Thank you. Can I do some IRL stuff? Gonna lurk and listen for a bit? Yeah, no worries. Thank you for being here. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hi, DZ. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Okay, 4 gens have been done. If any of my mods are here, can I get a shout out for DZ? My VIPs can also do shout outs as well, so... Hi, Benji. Of course, of course. I heard you say DZ and thought you said Daisy, and I was like, dang, Lola being nice to Daisy. Listen. Daisy, yeah, if y'all don't know Daisy be spreading lies about me. Like, she will literally be like, yeah, Lola's a flop. Well, okay, I'm not gonna lie, I am a little bit of a flop, but like, and then she'll be like, yeah, guys, Lola clinged to me on Phasmo. Like, can y'all believe this? And I'm like, girl, you don't even know what a spirit box was. Like, how are people gonna believe you? Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm scared! Guys! Oh my god! That was scary! Listen! Stop! This is supposed to be chill DVD, and I got scared. Okay, they're on that gen. Also, yes, thank you guys for clipping, by the way. Thank you, artists. I do need more clips. I do need more clips to be posted on social media. I am planning on making some like long form content soon, so I might so I'm gonna have some long form content coming soon. I might do some weekly compilations as well. So yeah, I might have some weekly compilations here. And also just short form content in general. She's dead, guys. Let's go. Oh, he's letting her go? Oh. Wait a minute. Is he letting her go? I'm having Mr. Lola edit for me. He's gonna do it for me for the free. You good, girl? Oh. Okay, Mama, let me heal you, girl. Girl, let me heal you. Are you gonna let me heal you? I want points. Okay, are you gonna... Let me heal you. Yes. Yes! Let me heal you! Girl, if you don't let me fucking heal you... Let me heal you. Girl! You better leave! Come! 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 No. You! Girl, get her, Ghosty. Mm-hmm. Girl. You better go. Go. Girl. He didn't want her. He didn't want her to. He said no. He told her no.
Sure of it.
So I was like, girl, yeah, no. No, girl. Also, okay, I need to check what these quests are because... Okay, I need to know what these quests are. Okay, I need to be chased for 450 seconds. Oh, wait, but I can also do these in regular as well. I can just do these in regular also, not just, Oh, wait, no, these are for regular. Never mind. Yeah, I can do these in regular trials too. But yeah, I got scared by that ghost face. Okay, I have to remember which B you are because there's two Bs here. Okay, you're the one in the hat. I have to remember. Because I have names off, so... So, yeah. Wait, I don't know if, Maria streams. I'm gonna shout them out. Oh. I'm gonna shout them out because I just want to make sure. Oh, they don't stream, but they do mod for soft odds, like they said. You guys are bonding. What are you guys saying? Oh. I was gonna. Oh, hello. Did the... Okay, I guess the lobby glitched, but okay. Oh my god. Unless the Dwight DC'd. The Dwight probably DC'd. Also, guys, I have this really nice cup. That's a Starbucks cup, and I think it's really cool. I also had to go to the bathroom. Okay, PCG. Oh. It was a server crash. Well. We're gonna go against a dredge too. Oh my god.
The horror. It's here.
Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I need to go to the bathroom. Because I really need to go. Take this time to take your meds, vitamins, eat, stretch, whatever you have to do. I will be right back in a couple of minutes, okay? Oh, she's got Face of Darkness. Fuck you.
Oh, don't heal until we find that.
How did you hit that? I did a U-turn.
So is it gone now?
Oh, how? How did you do that, girl? Oh. So the way he just looked at me like, hello?
Tyrell! Now! Keep going. We're almost there. No!
You what the fuck? No.
Shit.
No, no, no. Tyrell. Girl, I tried. Woo! Yeah. Oh my god. Barely made that out. Barely made that out. Oh. Nicely done, guys. Let's go. We got a 4 out. Nicely done. Nicely done. See, this is why I don't like Haley. It's because she's judgmental. What? Okay, what the heck? Sam is over here imagining things. Okay, Sam, is that all you care about? But yeah, you definitely for sure play it. Resident Evil 6 was one of my favorite games, actually. Daddy Zeno, Daddy Zeno! Okay, guys, I'm back. I'm back. Also, guys, ads, let me force the ads right now because y'all won't really miss much in the beginning of the game, so let me just run those right now. Oh, we got Armand. Hello? Okay, Maine is over here. Oops. I'm really scared. Like, look. Oh, are you serious? No. I hate it here. I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it. I hate it really bad. Oh my god. Well. Oh my god, Meg. Hi, my charity. Can I get an exclamation point DC, please? Thank you. Get out the way, Meg. No, Bubba, no! Get the bot! But also, my charity, how are you doing, bestie? I don't know how many many gens have been done. I wasn't keeping track. Girl, get out of my face. Go for the bot over there. Over there. Go over there. Go. She's over there. Literally. Literally could have went after the bot. Could have tunneled the bot. Could have did everything but that. But it's whatever.
What are you doing in my swamp?
It's whatever. Bubba did not like that. Whatever. Anyways, oh my gosh, welcome in, Raiders. So welcome. Oh, I forgot to spectate Benji, but you know, that's okay. That's okay. But yeah, welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know who I am.
Hi, how are you?
Excuse me?
We got bits, bitch!
Hi, how are you?
Cheer 100. King_Hannibal_ cheered 100 bits.
Excuse me? 100 bits? Thank you for the bits, King Hannibal. Thank you so much. Also, is it... Okay. Laura, welcome in. Lucky... Do you prefer Lucky or Coco? Let me know. Welcome in. Is it Cat... Is it Kate Lane? Or KT Lane? KT Lane? Katie Lane. Also, Court of Stars, welcome in. Normally I have my webcam on, but I don't want to be perceived today, and I have my PNG tuber model up. King Hannibal!
Bits! We got bits,
Excuse
bitch!
me?
Cheer 300. King_Hannibal_ cheered 300 bits.
300 more bits? Are you serious? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. You definitely don't have to do that, but I do appreciate you. I do have TTS enabled, so if you do ever want to donate bits or like whatever, like there is TTS available with the bits, but also this is not to pressure anyone to like donate bits at all, but I do appreciate you for donating those bits. Welcome in. I just appreciate you very much for like just donating bits. In general, I do appreciate that. For those who don't know who I am, I'm Lola. I'm a variety streamer. I mainly play Dead by Daylight, but I do play a lot of other horror games like Resident Evil. Every Friday we have, for the last few Fridays, we've been playing the Resident Evil series. And your girl hasn't played those games in years. A lot of those games in years, actually. So I'm replaying a lot of the ones that I haven't played in like forever. And they've been fun. Frustrating, but fun. We did RE Requiem like a while back as well, because like I just was tired of like not wanting to wait for the spoilers or anything. So like we did play that at some point. And then we also do play games like Phasmo, Stardew Valley. I do occasionally stream Stardew Valley and like Genshin Impact occasionally on the channel, but not all the time. And yeah, Bessie, you gotta start spectating. Listen, I just automatically leave at that point, Benji. My bad, girl. But yeah, how did you guys find the channel, Laura? Let me know. I am also a proud member of Soft Haunts. It's a creator collective that is centered around accessibility, advocacy, creativity, and community as well. King Hannibal. Oh my god, the sub as well. Thank you so much for the sub. Wait, I also, okay. You're also from Olive's community as well. Because I do recognize the name. Sorry, Benji, I'm talking to my raiders. But yeah, okay, because I recognize you from, Olive's community, but thank you. We're also partner pushing, guys, so I do appreciate that for you guys raiding. Any raids and like any form of support is greatly appreciated. Yes. Let me drop you a follow, by the way. Were you guys playing? Were you guys playing Dead by Daylight as well, or like something else? Let me know how your stream was. Also, I am lurker friendly. So if you guys have to like lurk or anything, please feel free to lurk. And we're playing a game called House of Ashes. What is that about? But yeah, like I said, I am lurker friendly, so if you guys do want to lurk or anything like that or whatever, feel free to lurk. And like I said, thank you, King Hannibal. I don't know if you came in with a raid or not, but I do appreciate you donating 400 bits and subscribing at tier 1. Obviously, don't like any form of donations is definitely not required at all. I don't want people to have to feel pressure to like financially support me. But it is appreciated because I am doing this full time since I did get laid off from my job last summer. I was an after-school tutor. I was an after-school tutor for like a while, and I ended up getting laid off. So Twitch is like my form of like income while Mr. Lola works full time, and so I'm very happy to. Oh my god, it's a Myers. Girl Afraid, where's your Girl Afraid? Where are you? Come get your man. Girl Afraid, come get your man. No worries, and I am a raider. Okay, yes, thank you. Welcome in. Also, we are multi-streaming on YouTube as well. We are vertically streaming on YouTube, so if you guys want to tune in for that, feel free. There is a little bit more of a delay on the YouTube side as well. So if you want to just hang out here, we do also have drops enabled until the 10th. So just sticking here on Twitch, is actually probably going to be for the better for you guys if you guys want to claim your drops. And if you guys are new to Dead by Daylight or like not familiar with DBD, and you guys are like very curious about what to expect from DBD, feel free to ask me. I don't mind. We're also doing open lobbies. We're playing in an event mode called Lights Out. So basically, like all the maps are dark, and you can't really see anything unless you have these like little lanterns. Unless you have like the little lanterns to kind of guide you. But yeah, it's pretty helpful. And it looks like Benji is King Hannibal. Oh my god, with the 5 gifted. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Come on, Benji. I'm not Benji. Oh my god, King Hannibal. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. I will read who got the gifted in a second. But thank you so much for the gifted. I do appreciate that. I'm gonna go get Claudie. Benji, just hide. Thank you so much, King Hannibal. I do appreciate that. You don't know how much that means to me. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Hi, Bessie. I got you. Woo! Okay, come on, Bessie. Come on. Keep going. Keep going. I got you. No.
Yeah, bits! We got bits, bitch!
Cheer 400. King_Hannibal_ cheered
King
400
Hannibal.
bits.
Oh my god, 400 bits? I can't focus. No! Okay, hold on. It went to, ooh, hold on. I will read who got the gifted subs in a second. After I get hooked, I'll read them. It went to... We're in a golden Kappa hype train, guys. Oh my god. It went to... BG Silverhand, Kevin, Noob Mode, D-Rune, and Soft Shrimp Tea. Thank you so much for the golden Kappa hype train. I do appreciate that. Oh, not the Mori. Hello? Oh, well. He is near me, so... Come on, Bessie. We could try to get out of here. Oh. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have a level 3 hype train and it's a golden Kappa train. Thank you so much, King Hannibal, for the gifted and all the bits. I do appreciate that so much. Thank you, thank you. That means so much to me. Thank you, bestie. I do appreciate that. Guys, I'm very scared. I'm very, very scared. Hi, my Rory. Hello, hello. How are you doing, bestie? Also, guys, don't forget to claim your daily attendance and your daily lattes, by the way. So if you guys want to claim those, feel free. So sorry, Benji, that you died. Bro! That felt very wrong. Gotta clock in for that scholarship. It's the nature of the mode, yeah. Okay. Cheryl's on a gen. You not using any lanterns, right, Messi Lola? Well, no, of course not, my pal. Of course not. No. Oh, hey, girl, hey. Hey, girl, hey. Hey. Hey, bestie, hey. Okay, girl, I'm okay. Yeah. Pal, I put those freaking lanterns down on a gen, and I'm like, that's the only time that I'll ever touch those. But overall, I have not been really using the lanterns. Where is this Claudette? Oh, hey, Claude, hey. Oh, you want to finish this, bro? I was like, well, look at you. Oh. What in God's name? No, no, no. No, no, no. Oh. Right, you're not in your power, so you can't worry me. I was like, Lola gave me so much flack yesterday. You're right, a crutch. LOL. Right. Also, thank you so much to King Hannibal. Thank you for the golden Kappa train. Thank you so much. 6 gifted subs, or no, 5 gifted subs, a regular sub, and I think that was 900 bits, I think? No, 700, 800 bits. Thank you so much to King Hannibal. GG's. For the subs and the bits. I do appreciate that so much. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we had 2 killers so far.
Yeah, bits! We got bits!
King Hannibal!
Cheer 200. King_Hannibal_ cheered 200 bits.
Thank you so much. Oh, sorry. Something almost got stuck in my throat. Thank you so much for the bits. I do appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. You don't know how much that means to me. I do appreciate that a lot. Enjoy your golden Kappa while it lasts for 24 hours. I do appreciate that a lot. I kind of wish you could just keep the golden Kappa forever as a token of like, hey, this is what I got. And it's only for 24 hours, unfortunately. But I do appreciate that. I do appreciate that so much. And also, guys, can I just say, I want to welcome in one of my newest mods, Rory. Rory has been a big part of the community for a while. He's one of my new mods. And I do appreciate Rory. And I also have another new mod who's probably working. Right now. His name is their name is Admiral. Sorry, I have to correct myself for the pronouns. GG's from Michael. GG's Lonely Night. Welcome in, gamer. GG's. I do appreciate you coming in to say GG's. I do appreciate that. Ooh, can someone do exclamation point Lola PCG? I want that. I want that Pokemon. It's an alien. Hello? You know, I'm not gonna lie. I've never had an alien before. Well, okay. You know, I've never had an alien during Lights Out before. I've never had an alien during Lights Out before, at least to my knowledge. Aliens are kind of hard to counter, low-key. I got you. Thank you, Rory. Also, guys, we are doing open lobbies, by the way, so feel free to come join. We are doing Lights Out only. So if you guys do want to just tune in for Lights Out, feel free to join. I don't really care how many hours you have, or like if you're like new or like a veteran to DBD. So if you guys do want to tune in, join in for open lobbies. Right now, the only person who's such a struggle to like face. I hate her tail. I hate her tail. Her tail attacks.
Welcome to the party.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. And also, guys, don't forget there are drops until the 10th. So if you guys do play DBD, just do exclamation, and you guys want to earn the drops, just do exclamation point drops. If you guys want to know what the drops are, or you're not familiar with what the drops are. So like the very first day that it happened was on July 28th. And then from August 3rd to August 10th, just watch 2 hours of any DBD streamer. And you guys will get 3 banners. You guys will get 3 banners. One of, I think it's like David, Susie, who is like one of the Legion members, and then of Arella, who is a trans survivor. Also, Rory, how was the rest of your stream, bestie? I was heavy lurking for a while. I did start slightly early today because I did have something to do later tonight. You're officially in summer? Ooh, okay. Poor Benji getting tunneled. Something fun I hope? Probably chores. I have some chores to do, and then I have maybe a movie night with Mr. Lola, but I'm not sure. But if we get chores done, less to do on the weekend, I guess. Well, yes. Also, guys, tomorrow we will be playing Phasmo. We will be playing Phasmo tomorrow night at 7 p.m. Eastern. I'm having a duo day with my friend Stitches. And yeah, it's gonna be fun. Let me go get this Mia. Before she reaches second. Hi, YouTube fam. Oh, Rory, I think I made you a mod on YouTube. I'm not sure if I did. Did I make you a mod on YouTube already? I don't remember. You did? Okay, okay. But yes, I am multi-streaming onto YouTube, guys, so... Let me go get. Y'all, Xenos scaring me. Oh my god! You scared me! You scared me! Oh, Xeno! Please, girl. You're scaring me. I did? Okay, okay. I just want to make sure. The Xeno in Lights Out is kind of iconic. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Rory. Because, like, if you think about it, like, Xeno in the Alien franchise is supposed to be, like, really, really sneaky and stealthy. So this is actually kind of perfect in Lights Out. Okay. Yeah, she's over there. So I'm gonna head over here to this door. No worries, Benji. Thank you for games. I didn't know where that Mia was. I thought she was gonna get started on the door, so... yeah. GG's. Good luck next. Oh my god. Who is this? Who is this xenomorph? Let me... Okay, I normally don't look at people's profile, especially... Oh, wait, they're a TTV. Hold on. Plus rep. Scared me and lights out with their xenomorph. Oh my god. I want to see if they're streaming. Hold on. I normally don't check people while they're streaming. But I definitely want to check them out. Hi, Yowie. Welcome in. Thank you for redeeming your daily latte. Thank you, thank you. Jimenez, hello. Thank you for redeeming your daily latte and letting people know that you're a person with feelings and not a bot. Hi, my Tay. I saw your announcement in your Discord. I hope you're doing okay, bestie.
But now you have been promoted. You are now one of my elite employees.
But yeah, I definitely had fun against that Xeno, for sure. And W10 stream streak, Jimenez, thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Guys, also I am doing open lobbies. By the way, I am doing open lobbies. If you guys are my friend on DBD, feel free to do exclamation point add for instructions on how to add me. It's gonna be 2 matches per lobby, so if you guys do want to queue up with me, we are doing lights out only today. But if you guys do want to do regular, I don't mind doing regular either. I'm just doing lights out for the funds and whatnot. So if you guys do want to play with me, feel free. Da, da, da. Let's see. Ooh, there's a wild Chespin in chat, guys. I think Chespin is a starter Pokemon, no? Chespin is a starter Pokemon. So guys, if you guys want a wild Chespin, feel free to catch it if you like. If you guys want to purchase Pokeball, it's exclamation point Poke Shop. Pokeball. And then the quantity of like what you want to buy. Let me be Ellen, actually. I haven't played Ellen in a while.
Where the hell are we?
Since we did go against the Xenomorph earlier, I just want to play as Ellen. Ellen is iconic. I love her. Also, guys, I had granola today. I had granola for breakfast. I'm like, because I think Mr. Lola got paid today, so I think he's gonna do some grocery shopping like before he gets home. So because your girl is hungry. I've been craving a lot of things. See, Jonesy, well, yes. Also, I don't like how PCG just like did not let me and Rory catch that Pokemon. Okay. Oops. Okay, let's put this here. Oh, oh my gosh, my controller is doing that weird. You're right. Okay, Dwight. I don't like doing Shack at 5 all the time, so I'm so sorry. Oh my god, my controller is doing that weird glitch thing. Okay. I'm gonna have to just use mouse and keyboard. Oh. Because your girl's trying to like force herself into using mouse and keyboard like all the time. So, oops. I don't like using mouse and keyboard, but I am gonna try to force myself to do it. My ping is at 60. Y'all, I'm trying to... Oh, now we're getting snatched up. Oh. Y'all, I'm very scared. Y'all, I don't like how he groans in pain. Like, what do you mean? Like, why do you even sound... Oh. Like, girl. Girl! I am not doing so good. Oh my god, guys, I suck. I suck on mouse and keyboard. I'm telling you guys right now, I suck. I suck ass. I'm also missing my skill bits, but it's not intentional. I just suck on mouse and keyboard. Come on, bro. god, I'm not doing the best. I'm not doing the best this game. Not my internet dying on me. Oh my god, Rory, is your internet okay? I was not paying attention. We put some extra RAM in my PC, but I think it's causing quirky side effects. Wait, really? Do you think so? What is my ping at? 53. Okay, they're all doing a gen together. Like OBS crashing. Do you think it, like, what's your, like, did you buy the same, like, did you buy the same, like, kind of RAM that you had originally in your PC, or no? Because I feel like I know what could be the issue, but, like, I'm not 100% sure. I don't know where these besties are at. Hello? Not some spares we had. We put it in the PC part checker and it said it should be fine, but may cause some instabilities. Okay. Because, like, what I do recommend, though, like, it, like, generally, like, is to, like, just have it match the ones that you have, in your PC. Oh, I don't like how my, like, my controller's doing. I just hope they sell it still. My PC is 6 years old now. What, do you know what brand your PC is? Because I can, I don't know, like, whenever, like, I'm moving forward, like, sometimes it'll cause me to walk. Like, and then it'll be stuck, kind of, and then, like, it'll make me run, like how I'm doing now. But sometimes, like, when I'm trying to, like, move, like, and, like, run, it'll, like, force me to walk. And, it's kind of annoying. And I don't think it's stick drift, because I've only had this controller for a couple years. See, like, right now? Like, what it just did there right now, like, it's kind of hard. Okay, he did get Dwight. I don't know. I'm not sure. I love Springtrap. We might have just 3-gened ourselves probably, but I'm not sure. Fung, if you don't stop crawling, girl, stop crawling. Thank you, mama. Okay, girl. See, okay. See, I hate playing on controller, but I also hate playing Survivor on mouse and keyboard. So like, okay, I'm not gonna kill you under hook, so. Okay. I think we did 3-gen ourselves. Come here, Dwight. Come here, Dwight. Come here, Dwight. Come here, Dwight. Thank you. Well, it's not that I'm like constantly giving up. It's just like very frustrating because, okay. And like, I don't like how it gives me a skill check and I hit the prompt of doing the skill check and it still doesn't give it to me, which is kind of insane. Like just the movement alone is just very, it's very like different for me on like mouse and keyboard. And it's like, I know I have to like just do it out of like force of habit and practicing, but like I'm like, I just don't like mouse and keyboard for Survivor altogether. Like, Dwight, move. Well, as long as you're chasing Dwight, that is okay with me. Yeah, we got like a nasty 3-gen over here, unfortunately, but... Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, we have a nasty 3-gen set up, and he's protecting it very heavy. A toolbox. I'm gonna be greedy and keep it. See, I don't like that. The built-in Franklins is annoying. Also, I'm just gonna keep practicing mouse and keyboard, even if it just gives me a headache, because I'm tired of my controller problems. I might have to get myself a new controller. honestly, because like my current controllers are being a pain. So I'm gonna save up for a new controller. GG's. I'm gonna save up for a new controller. Okay. What do I have to do? Escape 5 chases. Okay. And complete 9 trials.
Where the hell are we?
Where the hell are we? Also, okay. I'm gonna switch to just chatting because just for a split second, just because I'm trying to put points into one of my secret P100s, and I don't want y'all to see I don't want y'all to see who my secret P100s are gonna be, so I have to make sure y'all don't know. Oh wait, but I had to switch. Okay, I have to switch to a different character so that way y'all don't see. Well, it could be any character, really. Hold on. So y'all won't know. Mm. Da, da, da. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Okay. I don't normally do lobby dodge, but two meg heads and disable. The last time I had 3 megs, and I think all of them were brand new and didn't know what they were doing. And the killer felt sorry for me and ended up letting me go. And these poor megs didn't know what the killer was doing, and like they're like, we don't like that Tori because she was teaming with you. And I'm like, and like the killer was like, y'all didn't. I'm like, y'all. The killer was like, y'all let her go second, and like, yeah, we just couldn't see where she was. They're like, can't you just see the aura of like the people on hook? And they're like, oh, that's what you're supposed to do. And I'm like, girl, I'm like, it's okay. Like, y'all are learning. It is what it is. Also, I keep forgetting to run ads when I'm supposed to, and I hate that.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Tank. Welcome in. You're the Kate. Okay. Good luck. Have fun. I'm gonna force run the ads right now, just so that way, y'all don't really miss anything. You'll probably just miss like me doing a gen or something. Oh, I mean, I don't. I mean, like I suck. So, I mean, I'm practicing on mouse and keyboard, so I'll probably do worse than you. So, I'm not gonna judge. I'll question it and be like, what the heck was that? But other than that, I won't really be like, dude. I won't like say anything mean, but I'm like, I'll question it, but then be like, what was that, kind of thing. But I'm pretty sure you'll be fine. La da da. Okay, that was supposed to be a great skill check, but okay. DMS? Kate, please stop running. Kate! Oh my god. Okay, girl. Hold on, before I get you, I'm gonna set down another... Oh, never mind. Come here. Come. I'm gonna move this one to a closer location, actually. This poor Kate's getting tunneled. If Kate can bring up her like around main, and I can take a hit. Also, guys, welcome back from ads. By the way, so sorry. Okay, Kate, bring the alien near main if you can, and I can take a hit for you. No? Okay. R.I.P. Kate. Told you I mass. Well, it just takes practice, Bessie. That's all that matters. Terminus, maybe? No, Ed. But you tried your best. That's all that matters. GG's. Okay, I'm gonna... I don't know if she's got Blood Warden. If she's got Blood Warden, I'm gonna be not shocked. No BWO. Ooh, I don't play Chucky enough, but Chucky's like very, very hard. Dwight did it! Dwight! It's okay. I tried getting you. No Mori, interesting. Listen, ma'am, I didn't do anything. She's leaving me on hook when I DM'd her at the exit gate. Girl. I don't know why I got hit on hook because I wasn't the one BMing her at the exit gate. Girl. Oh. Hate skirt is in. Okay. That's insane. Also, yeah, I don't know why I got hit on hook because I wasn't BMing or anything. So I don't know.
Be a sacrifice.
I don't know. I just thought that was uncalled for, but I mean, I don't really care, so. Yeah, good luck. Oh, wait, hold on. What did you say earlier? About 200? 200. You only got 200 hours in matches, but that was some of my best looping, so you're happy. Yes, good luck in your next games. Good luck, good luck. Oh, you didn't know that Nightbot says that, Rory? So every time someone says good luck, like that, like GL, Nightbot will respond with good luck, suck dick. What time is it? Okay, it's 3. It's a little after 3, so. Oh, I need to text Mr. Lola. I know. I'm texting Mr. Lola and telling him that to please give me some treats. Or at least bring some food home. Because a girl is hungry. To demo with Phantom Fear. Interesting. To be a fast vault, but okay. Oh my god. Oh, I thought he would have fell for it, but White, you got me? Oh. Do they have pain res or what? Okay, Nance and Claude. Okay, Dwight. Dwight, you better get off that gun. Hi, Nance. Hi, Bestie. Oh! Tunnel time? Shit versus ass. Hit versus ass. Hit versus ass. Shit versus ass. Shit versus ass. This demo's pissed. He's got friends as well. Oh my god! Okay, let's just hope that he forgets about that I have Dead Hard. Let's just hope that he forgets that I have Dead Hard. Well, he tunneled me at 4 gems, which is like kind of insane. And then now he lost like 2 gems because of that tunnel. Did she have deli? Probably. Okay, I'm gonna just go for the save because Nancy's working on that gem. I need my dead hard back. Okay, Nancy's got like no hooks, so she might need a trade. Or Claudie. Finance. No one was here to protect me. Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Guys, please don't leave, please don't leave, please don't leave, please don't leave. You had a Mori that whole fucking time, bro? You gotta be fucking kidding me. That's insane. That's so freaking insane. I don't know. Oh my god. Hey, it is what it is. GG's though.
What could I have done differently?
Damn. That's kind of crazy how he had a Mori that whole time. I didn't even know that he had a Mori, but it is what it is. So it's fine. It's fine. Oh my god, you caught the Pokemon. Or wait, what was the Pokemon? It was a Beautifly. Beautifly is actually like a really cute Pokemon. I need to figure out how to like add the overlay for the Pokemon, but I don't know how to do that. Okay, I'm gonna go back to controller. I'll have a look-see tomorrow if I can get a second. Okay. A private offering is probably like a shroud or something. Or a map offering. I might end at, and I might end in like 40 minutes, but I might go for like the full hour and a half, probably. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet, because I am starting to get like a little bit of a headache, so 100 and okay. Of course, my Rory. Good night. Thank you for modding. I appreciate that. Yes, yes. Let me tuck you into bed. I see. Oh, it's a Wesker. How fun, how fun. Do you have Phantom Cure too? Because Kate did scream, so I don't know. But also, guys, Rory is so close to getting to 200 followers, so if you guys can give Rory a follow, that would be nice. That would be lovely. The fucking prompt, bro. I had that freaking prompt, bro. I don't understand. And they're gonna let Cheryl go second, which is kind of... This poor Cheryl got sucked into going second. And we're still at 5 gems. This poor Cheryl. I'm sorry, bestie. You got second. Because I thought Kate was gonna go get her and trade, but I guess not. And then she ended up going second because I started... started to go second, or whatever. Oh, okay, well, Kate. Well, I'm gonna go second now if this Victoria doesn't come over here. Okay, well, I guess Kate didn't want to trade, and... Guys, what are we doing? What are we doing? Like, we're not working on any gems. We're crouched in corners. Like... I might as well just get out of this match. Come on. Come on, Wesker, please. I would like to get out of this match ASAP. Both me and this Cheryl got left to die on second.
You disappoint me. Is that the best you've got?
Thank you. Thank you, Wesker, for putting me out of my misery. I do appreciate that. I just genuinely don't know why. Okay. I genuinely don't know why the Vittorio didn't come for me while the Kate was was BMing and whatever. Guys, solo queue can be frustrating sometimes. And I don't understand. But it's okay.
I'm in the middle of it.
We're not gonna get mad. We're not gonna get frustrated. Okay. I have to... I'm streaming right now. Hold on. No! What the heck? What the fuck? Genshin! I was in the middle of that cutscene! Fuck you! Fuck you, Genshin! Damn. He did not like that. He did not like that at all. Dang. Dang. Sable almost had it. Oh, you bitch. Oh! Yes! The server crashed! Let's go! The server fucking crashed! Let's go! Yeah, I don't trust Six. I have trust issues in her. Gonna game a little, but I'll have to leave a lurk. Glad you found Six. I know. Oh my god. Yup. We're gonna pretend that didn't happen. Why are you here? Why is she dreaming about me? You got a crush on me or something? Yes! He said, okay. Oh my god, that was so funny. Oh, like maybe I'll get lucky and like pull for is it Lolly or someone else, and it gave me fucking Cephos for the third time, which made me kind of mad. Wolani, I love her. I want her so bad. I kind of wish they put her back in the banner. Not you getting jealous though.
I'm on my way. I was like, hold on. I'm done building my furnace up. I'll give her another puppy fish.
Not you getting jealous over the freaking NPC having a crush on the girl that you have a crush on. I'm not gonna make it out of here. Damn. No! Oh, man. That was a good small chase there. Not gonna lie. Bye. Sir? Okay, you just hooked me. I want Oni now. I want Oni. Sir, stop. Okay, the only tentacle that I'll actually allow is Wesker's. So... I heard screaming earlier, so, I think it's over here. I think I heard screaming over here.
I think we get. Oh. Run.
What the fuck was that?
Lola?
What the fuck was that? I'm hiding? Get the fuck out. You're annoying me. I'm sorry, chat. Mr. Lola was out here talking my ear off about some sort of thing that happened at work, and that's why he took too long and all this other stuff. And so I'm like, just get the fuck out. I'm like, I don't want you and talk my ear off while I'm streaming. And then he had the audacity to be like, well, blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna go to the store. And I was like, you're not going by yourself. Like, I need my sweet treats and my snacks and whatever. And yeah. But I'll probably do like a few more games, guys, and then I'll call it, and then and yeah. I'll probably do like one more lights out game, or like before we end and stuff, so babe, no one wants to talk to you.
You don't like me?
I didn't say that I didn't like you. I just said no one wants to talk to you. Because when you say chat, check her out, it's like you're calling out my lurkers. Don't do that. Yo, I'm gonna have to ban Mr. Lola. I swear y'all argue like an old married couple. Benji. Literally this happens almost every single time. And then he questions like, oh, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, bro, I already gave you the answer. What the hell you say?
I say gave who the answer.
Don't worry about it.
You're already talking about how much.
What?
Don't worry. They can't see me.
No, they can't see you. If I had my webcam on, you would have seen it. I have my PNG tuber. What? Okay, whatever. Babe, shush. Go, shut your mouth. I just find it cute and funny. Thank you, Benji. Oh, this person's got corrupted. What the hell is it? Default music? Who is it? Is it a Bubba? Oh, the plague. Let me actually just pin this. Oops. Bickering like you're a 70-year-old? Well, yes. Oh, well, you're hacking and coughing. And I'm not about to stay injured for you. Laura, please don't cleanse. See, I don't like it when people just cleanse. You're gonna give her her power. Y'all, please don't cleanse. Okay, she's got 2 hex totems and corrupt. Can I get an exclamation point DC, please? Because, bro, this is the second time someone's DC'd today. Yeah, I'm not getting that bot. Fuck that bot. Leon, please don't cleanse, bro. I'm not even gonna fucking cleanse. I'm not even gonna fucking cleanse, cause like... Talk about getting down with the sickness, am I right? Oh, yes. Oh my god, I swear they're gonna keep cleansing and they're gonna give her her power. They're gonna just keep getting, like, y'all are gonna just get instantly sick again. Like, bro, don't cleanse. Like, I hate to be that person, but like, you're gonna just end up like, and I know it's like she's not utilizing her power like right now, but like, you're gonna just keep giving her like the option to get her power. Like, I know she's not using it right now, and like she's not utilizing it like at this instant, but like bro. Oh. No, ma'am. Damn. I thought she was closer than that on the pallet. Bro, we're at 3 gens. Like, stop cleansing. Like, I'm the only one that's not cleansing. I was literally 99. Like, y'all, please, don't cleanse. Like, I'm not gonna cleanse because y'all are doing it. Mama, you're not gonna get me sick. You're still in your power. I'm actually like super disappointed though. I'm gonna try to go for the save, but I don't know if she's still in her power. Oh, you are. Haha, big swings. Damn. Well, at least I bought them some time, despite them constantly cleansing. You love doing Bing Bong Wraith? I love Wraith. Also... yes. Okay. Nice. And Laura brought them up.
The horror. It's here.
Okay. Let me unpin this. One pin. It's no perks, just the add-ons that give him double cloaking speed, so I just constantly ring the bell. The one true Bing Bong. I love Wraith. I actually had one earlier. During, Lights Out. Interrupt and grab 5 survivors. I have to do that. Okay. Okay, I'll probably do like 2 more this game and then like 1 more game. I might as well be Michonne. I might as well.
No.
I might as well. I don't have any, like, offerings on her, like, good offerings. Oh, well, actually, I have this. I only have 1, though, so... Da-da-da. Also, I know C was in here earlier. I forgot to give them a shout out. Okay, and then I'll do this game and then 1 more Lights Out game, like, right after. I just wanted to see what, like, the regular lobbies are like today. Just in case.
Keep your head up.
A Houndmaster? Bro, the one time I get a Houndmaster, I'm playing Michonne. And not Tori. Yes! Thank God I, like, went inside. I don't see her aura. Okay, I'm out of my work and I have audio. How's this stream been today? It's been good. How are you doing? Move, Rick, move!
No!
Oh, I need to fix that time command because I am not on kick right now. Oh my god. That was actually a good solid run. Oh, she's got that add-on that makes you scream constantly to like give away your location. When you have the hound sense on you. But how are you doing, C? I hope you're doing good. Also, ads are gonna start in like 2 minutes, guys, so I do apologize in advance. Sorry, gaming while watching? No, that's okay. Hi, Raven. here fighting for my life while injured. Hi, Zay. This one's finished. Okay. So sorry, guys. I didn't know that she was here or following me. OMG, I spent my points. Now I have to wait.
I should have been there.
Nothing you could have done.
Gwen, please save me. I know her ass wants me. There's a lot of progress lost on this gun. All three of them have a hook and not me. I was trying to take hits and chases and stuff, but like, I don't know. I hope they have adrenaline at the very least. Nice, Rick does. Daryl. I wish Glenn ran over here, but oh, pet snug. Oh, poor girlie. Oh. GG's. She had Deerstalker, Discordant, Spies, and Pop. GG's. Painrest probably would have been good instead of Deerstalker, but Or at least barbecue, probably, but yeah, they played really well. Hi, dude.
Judith? RJ?
I do want to play killer. I really do, but like I don't have the patience for killer right now. Stream's going good.
Just another test. I'm sure of it.
We are on the tail end of stream, so Lights Out is scary. I like Lights Out. I just really wish that they didn't give us lanterns, but that's just me, though. That is just me. Play pig if you do. I might. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
Hi, how are you?
Liponics, welcome in. Good luck. Good luck. I don't know if you're one of my teammates or if you're the killer, but good luck, have fun. Going for a dep, never played this killer before? Well, hope you can get it. Good luck, have fun. Gonna leave stream during the game, I'll come back later. No worries, no worries. Raven, don't ask them. I wanted to be a surprise. Oh, the Freddy Fazbear map. I try to get the name. Well, they're not gonna tell you. We'll see. Well, now you know it's artist. Guys, don't cleanse totems, whatever you do. Nice, good job. Oh fuck. Nice hit. I know the counterplay, so I do humbly apologize in advance. Oh, if she didn't have birds, she would have gotten it. I don't have bonds, so I do feel bad for bringing her, but she did commit to chase, so there's that. Are you joking me? Where's Ada? Okay, Ada's coming. She does have pain res, so there's that. I forget pain res is the artist perk, so. Hi, my Rosa, Diva Icon Legend Boots. How are you? I'm doing pretty good, Diva. And the matches have been a little rough today, but not too bad. Besties, what are we doing? Well, I'll have you guys know, I am not a part of the shenanigans today. I want to make it out, but this person might get their adept, so I don't know. So they were for you too, not just me. I fear the PTB takes all the casual players. Yeah. I fear they might get their adept, so I don't know. I have to hide in the locker. Okay, I should be fine. Let's, I'll explain it in a second. Hold on. I'm just trying to lock in so that way... Okay, we gotta get away from here, bestie. Come on. Come. Come on. This artist is eating. Guys, I fear... There's no way. We both kind of whipped her. Oh my god. Okay. Where's Miss Ada? Okay, there she goes. I don't know if she'll... Mama, she's not gonna be friendly. Okay. She's gotta get her adept. These two both had head-on, so these two are together. And then, I don't know if Ada was with Kate and Nia, but... Hey, GG's. Congrats on adept. Adept. Yeah, I don't know.
It wasn't supposed to be this way.
I think the Nia and the Kate were together, and that's... So, I'm solo queuing, so I don't know if all three of them were together, or if just two of them were together, but... Congrats on your adapt. Congrats. Of course, good luck. Good luck next. Oh, also, Raven, you asked me what Pilk was. Pilk is a beverage mixed with Pepsi and milk. So it's like a dirty soda, basically. It's, Oh, I didn't even ready up. My bad. My bad, gamers. Y'all, I keep telling myself this is gonna be LG, but I don't think it's gonna be LG. I might just go until 5. So I'll probably like do like maybe like 2 or 3 more games. This game and like maybe like 2 other games. So but I do appreciate you guys just for being here. I do appreciate it. We're here for the chill vibes today. LMAO, it's the LG to the LG. Yeah, exactly, Raven. I do need to close Discord because my thing keeps acting up. I'm here for it. TBH, I missed most of the stream. That's okay, Raven. We were playing Lights Out for most, like for half the game, and then I switched to like regular pubs. But I might go back to Lights Out mode personally. It's a Legion? See, every time I get a Legion, for the most part, it's usually a Susie. And I don't like Susie. No offense to Susie players, okay? I genuinely just don't like Susie. I genuinely just don't like Susie at all. And most of them end up, pummeling me, so... Haha, haha, you didn't get it, haha, haha. You didn't get your last hit, haha, haha. Oh, sorry, Bessie, I didn't see you there. My bad. I just thought it was a... My bad, Bestie. I just thought no one was working on that gen and I didn't see you. Alright. I'm not gonna bother healing, guys. It's a Legion. Oh, damn. Well... So far, it's me, Ken, Darlene. I mean, if you guys want to join me, like, I can do, like, some soft opens. Oh, fuck. Oh, that makes sense. You're 60 ping. You're 60 ping, ma'am. I don't know why they're spending time healing when it's a Legion. Legion's gonna constantly... Oh, okay. Oh, it's just for when you're online and want to switch. Oh, okay. Well. Oh, hold on. Oh, I don't have a flashlight. Why did I come up here to think that I had a flashlight? Why is she stealthy? Why is she stealthy? Hello? She might have Silent Shadow. I want to say Silent Shadow, Pop. She could also have Tinker as well, but I'm not sure. No Jen in there. I usually game with them at night, and I'd be typing in both, like, yeah. Hi, Admiral. Oh! Did we 3-gen ourselves? Be honest. Be honest. No Jen over there. Yeah, I think she's got Silent Shadow, if I'm being honest. Silent Shadow is a really good perk. I don't know where the, like, other two gems are, other than this one. How are the lobs? Well... they're lobbying. I'm solo queuing for right now. Venti did join me for a couple of games of Lights Out. And then... I've been solo queue ever since, so... I'm kind of scared that she might pop out of nowhere. Yeah, I think these gamers gave up, if I'm being honest. So there's one over there, and I don't know where the third one is, personally. Yeah, I think these gamers are giving up. No, Mama. You're not giving up. No, thank you. Why are you silent? I keep forgetting the 60 fucking ping. See, I hate Susie's. I hate Susie's. Okay, she didn't tunnel me, but okay. Can I be honest with you guys? I hate Susie's. Did I tell you how much I hate Susie's? Like, I would rather deal with a trickster over a Susie any day, and that's saying something. Go, Mama, go hide. We need to, like, separate ourselves. Personally, I'm gonna, like, die for this Sable just because. Why not? I'm gonna give up for this Sable so that way she can get hatched. No, Sable! You weren't supposed to get caught. Nope, you're gonna have to pull me out, ma'am. Thank you. Bye. Yeah, and you just beat the dead hard. Pick me up, ma'am. Thank you. Girl. Okay, let me just do the exclamation point DS. Y'all, I have a really bad headache, by the way, and it's, like, really bothering me, but I'm gonna push through. I'm gonna push through and do one, well, I'm gonna push through and do 2 more games.
What could I have done differently?
I'm gonna do 2 more games, and I'm gonna push through. Okay, also, wait, hold on. I also need to fix something. Y'all, I'm supposed to go grocery shopping with Mr. Lola. And he's waiting for me. And I told him to wait for me. I told his ass to wait. I told his ass to wait. Oh wait, did I do the DS command? Yes, I did. I did. Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Y'all, what should I ask Mr. Lola for when we go to the store? I don't know what to ask Mr. Lola from the store. Because your girl wants a lot of snacks. Ask for ramen. I should ask for ramen. Just because, like, I have a migraine and it's pretty easy. And it's pretty easy to make. So I might ask him for ramen. And I also do have a headache, so that might help me. And I also need to get, oh, you know what? I might ask him to get me some vitamins too. But I also don't want to go shopping with Mr. Lola because I don't want to deal with people at the moment. Guys, why do I always get, okay. It's an unknown. Guys, I rarely see unknown. Hi, my elixir. I love you, my elixir. Guys, I hardly ever get unknown. I love you. I miss you. I want to cleanse a totem. I don't know if I got that challenge done. I don't remember if I did. I probably did earlier and I wasn't paying attention. So I'm going to just cleanse this now. How did he not? Bro, how did he not? How did he literally went around? Okay. I'm not even gonna question that. Come here, Bessie. Come here. Come on, mama. Come on. Yeah. Don't run into shit. Girl, stop moving. It's always Fang first. Well, yes. Also, guys, Admiral is one of our newest mods. Okay, Fung, please. Girl, you over here stressing me out. I was playing Fung earlier, actually. And then I went to Tori. I hear your voice, sir. Where the fuck is your bubble? Hold on. Oh my god. Bestie, we can talk about this. Oh, basement's right there? GG's. Oh, I should have moved to the right. But you know what? It's okay. It's okay. Why, sir? Why are you silent? That's my question. Why are you silent? Why are you silent? What perk do you have? What perk or add? Wait, you might have an add-on that makes me oblivious. I'm oblivious. Thank you, phone. Thank you, thank you. How have games been? Well, I had a Susie last game and I didn't like it. I didn't like it. Wait. He did have a bubble here somewhere. I think it's near Shack. Yeah. Yeah, I'll work on the gen with phone. She's got food. Oh, nice. Food myself. Yeah, Rory and Elixir, not Elixir. Rory and Admiral are both of my newest mods on the mod team. You know what? Trying to be honest. How long do I plan on streaming? I was gonna stream until 5, but depending on how the last remaining matches go, I might go for longer. Oh, hi. I didn't know you were behind me. Why do you ask? I'm sorry, girl. So, yeah, because it was going to be this one and the next one as LG, but it just depends, because I also had to go grocery shopping. But, you know me, I'm going to do as many LGs as I can. Nice. Nice, he leaves. Can I get an exclamation point DH, please? That was a hot and sexy dead hard, actually. What's a hot and sexy dead hard? Oh my god. Okay. Let's see. Let me do this one. This gamer's only got 3 hooks. Hi, bestie. Oh, mama, he's coming. I got stuck. That's criminal. Wait, Admiral, you never answered my question. Admiral never answered my question, guys. Ooh, 101 pop off. Yeah, I know. I think I only have like 48 DSs, and I feel like I should have more, but like, I feel like I should have more, but I don't have a lot compared to my dead hards. No, but it's okay. Just work on a gen bestie. I have adrenaline. Need to know basis. Okay. Wait, I need to like see if I can land this DS actually. Where's this phone? Oh, well, I'm not gonna get any DS this game, so I could have just healed her, but I didn't let her. W15 stream streak. My elixir. He left me. She's over there. Is the door that way? Yes. Yes, it is. Let me just open this door, actually. Okay, hold on. Oh, W plot twist. I was like wondering why he was on the ground. It's not... Oh, she's all the way over there, babes. No. Okay. Oh, poor Fung Min. Poor girl. I don't think she knew where the other door was, personally. I think she thought the door was over here. Wait, where are you? I heard you. Oh, this poor Fung. Oh, girl. Bye, Fong. Sorry, bestie. Oh, Steve. Oh, Steve. I didn't... You know... Yes! Don't you dead hard out the door. Let's fucking go. That was hot, actually. GG's. Is he getting more? Yes. Oh. 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 Sorry, Steve. He had lethal, pain res, deadlock, and papa. Okay. Maybe... Maybe 2 more games. Oh, wait. Also, hold on. Hold on. I need to put in points into one of my secret P100s, actually. So, this is probably a good time to do that. This is probably a good time to do that. Okay, we're getting there. We're getting there. The prestige is not that high, but it's okay. We're getting one step closer to doing P100 each time. Well, no. No. If I were to P100 Legion, it would... I don't even own any Susie cosmetics, actually. Which I will never, ever get. I know there is going to be a Rift cosmetic specifically for Susie, but am I gonna ever wear it? No. Never. You'll never catch me playing Susie. And also, Meg is a no. We know Chill is going to be the only P100 aside from Svet. And Micah, maybe. But it's not any of those two. It's not either one of those two, unfortunately. I was gonna P100 Legion at some point, but I don't play Legion enough anymore. And the last time I played Legion, the last time I ever actually played Legion, all of my survivors gave up at 5 gems and then proceeded to cuss me out. I don't know these names. Are they from a different stream? That's crazy. The Gaslight is crazy, Admiral. First of all, the Gaslight is extremely crazy. Look at me, I'm poor again, guys. I only have 927 blood points. Da da da. Da da da. Oh, not y'all be okay. The killer's bringing a Mori, most likely, or a map offering. Map, hatch, or Mori. Or a separation thingy. I thought this was the little secret, right? Oh. Well. I mean, I didn't say the name. Good luck, have fun. Oh my gosh. I love going against Nemesis. I'm excited. I love looping a Nemesis. Good luck, have fun. I'm kind of scared now. I might like do poorly. Normally when I go against a nemesis, I can loot pretty well, but when the killer comes in chat, I'm like really scared. Okay, I don't like how they just... I saw him. Thank God he didn't see me. Oh, and they're gay? Oh my God, a fellow gay. A fellow gay? I love that. Look, guys, they're gay. They love men. Not me getting even more excited. Oh my God. A fellow gay in this house? Period. Does he have barbecue? Maybe not, but I don't know. Oh, hi, Bessie! Oh my God! We love our gays! Yeah, you get me there. You get me, Bessie. Oh! I wasted a pallet. Wait, there's straight people who play DVD? I know, right? Straight people in our economy? I don't know them. I don't know them, bestie. I always get excited. I'm sure that there's at least one. Yeah, one straight person. One in 99 straight people. 1 in 99% of straight people play DVD. I love seeing a fellow gay, personally. Okay, I'm not gonna use my syringe yet, but... Hey, Bessie, you wanna heal me? No? You wanna finish the gen? Okay. Gems before friends, am I right? Thank you, bestie. Oh, so you hate me then? What? What? I didn't say that I hate you. Listen, I support my straight. Okay? I support my straights. This is why... Listen, I do support my straights. That's why you're the love of my life. Hello? I didn't say that I hate you, girl. I just said that I love my straights. Okay, I'm gonna just go the long way around and then... It was just a, you know... Oh, well... Did I say that, girl? Did I say that? I don't remember. I didn't say that. First of all, not you trying to be dramatica. Not you trying to be dramatica. Okay? Go, 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 go. No, if I was being dramatica, I'd be like, oh. 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 Well, I need to start taking hits for people. Lola said she doesn't want to be the love of my life anymore. I didn't say that. No. You better come back here. You're not gonna drama lurk on me. You're not gonna drama lurk on me. Okay? You're not gonna drama lurk. You better get your ass back here. First of all, I don't like that you're being sassy and dramatic. Where'd you learn that from? First of all, you're not even allowed to be dramatic. Who said that you can be dramatic? Oh God. Shirley! Dante! We could talk about this. Bestie, I'm not. Listen. No! Bill's gonna die. Guys, go get Bill. Guys, go get Bill, please. Thank you. I went for the best. Oh, well, who was that? Surely it wasn't me. Don't heal under hook. The nemesis is coming over there. Wait. Come. Oh. Well, this is why you should never ever heal under hook, guys. That is the reason why you should never ever heal under. Oh, actually, yeah. Let me off myself for bestie for this Trevor. Let me off myself for this bestie, so that way, Hi. No! Stop, Demi! Also, ads are starting soon. Oh, well. I don't know how close we are to like ending this game. Oh. Are we slugging? No, we're not slugging. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come get you, Bessie. I got you. Okay, we're gonna split from here. Karen! He didn't commit to me? Now he's committing. Karen! You bitch! purpley didn't flop. Okay. I'm gonna off myself for bestie. Oh my god, no. He's gonna know where he is because he finished the gem. Does he? I don't think he makes it. I don't think he makes it, bestie. Your heaven said no. Oh my god. Guys, he made it! Oh my god! Guys, he made that. Oh my god. Oh my god.
It wasn't supposed to be this way.
Y'all, he made it. Y'all didn't see that. GG's. Okay. This might be for real LG, guys. This might be for real LG. And I think I know who I'm gonna raid as well. Oh, there's a Carlos. Fake LG. Oh. 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 What do you mean by that? Oh my god, there's a Carlos. Guys, wait. Let me just... Wait. Claire, hello? No, Jill. No, I'm Sheva. We're gonna be Jill. What do you mean fake LG, Admiral? Why do I feel like you're plotting something? I feel like you're plotting something. I don't think I brought anything. I don't have anything on Jill, I don't think. Oops. I feel like you're plotting something. Also, I missed Misty's stream. Was it last night or the night before? I think I missed her stream, and I told myself I was gonna like play it with her, and then, or not play it, watch her. I told myself I was gonna watch her, and then I was like, I ended up falling asleep, and I had the most it's another demo. Wow.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Oni. Good luck. Wait, are you one of my teammates? Are you the Carlos? Oh my god. I was like, I need a match with this Carlos. So that's why I was like, let me just switch to Jill. But yeah, welcome in, bestie. Welcome in. Good luck, have fun. Gonna watch for saves. Okay. You match, but you're not playing with me, Elixir. Elixir, I swear I'm not cheating on you. I I just wanted to be a Resident Evil character too, and I just saw Carlos, and so I was like, I'll just do that in honor of Elixir and think of Elixir. I'm not cheating on you, Elixir.
Welcome to the party. Welcome to the party.
And thank you for the follow, Oni. Thank you, thank you. Oh, this poor demo has like only one hook, by the way. Huh? Huh? Okay. No, it's okay. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, Moonwalks. Okay. Okay. Also, not Elixir getting jealous, though. I'm sorry, Elixir. Oh, Elixir. Oh, sorry. Oh my god, oh my god. It's from this way. This pallet is gone. Oh! Big Bear! No, not the one. No! LB, maybe? Okay, okay, team. No, Oni, no. Okay, I can't see, I'm blind. Oh, hi, Nick. Well, you never told me what Poke was. I did! I explained it earlier. I said it's Pepsi milk. I said it's like a dirty soda. It's called Pepsi milk. Shit. I missed my DS. I missed my DS. I missed my DS. I'm so mad. I missed my... I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I'm so disgusted with myself. Can I get an exclamation point DH, please? I'm so mad with myself. What is this? Hold on. Wait a minute. This better not be what I think it is. If it is, I'm gonna be even more mad at myself. Surge? Wait. That just... That was the Hex Totem, hello? that was a hex. Okay, I'm gonna go for the save actually. Oh, he picks. Okay, I am Deathhook, so. Ooh, that could have been my, you know what that is? He could have probably not been able to hook at my, this might be Face of Darkness. Oh. Okay, Moonwalks, okay. Okay, Moonwalks. Okay. Okay, Moonwalks. Wait, there might be a totem up here too. Wait! Guys, there's cameras there. Oh my god, I didn't notice the cameras. I'm gonna stick with pink milk. Oh. Hi. I'm dead here anyway. I'm a dead. I'm a dead man walking. That adrenaline value though. Oh my god, that was hot. Thank you, Oni. Oh my god. I want to save you, but I'm also deaf. I'm also deaf and I can't see where your hook is. I know you're downstairs, but... oh, you're down there. Shit, all three of you are injured. Damn it. Go, Nick, go! No, Nick! Oh my god. Oh my god, I think y'all make it out. Oh my god, wait, wait. Wait, I think y'all make it out. Hold on. Hold on, let me see. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, cool. Cool. Y'all make it out. Let's go. GG's.
Hi, Orion.
Y'all did so good. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, that was a great game. Hi, Menti. Welcome in, GG. Wait, Menti, which one were you? Were you the demo or Nick or Kate? You were Kate. GG's. Okay, guys, I am gonna do one more game. So, yeah, you guys ate that for sure. I'm gonna do one more game, guys. So, if anyone would like to join me for my LG, you are more than welcome to. You're more than welcome to. No pressure. How about the games been? Overall, see what I was right? Fake LG. Stop, Admiral. Don't call me out. Listen, don't call me out. You're not supposed to do that in front of company. First of all. Yeah, y'all were great. Y'all were great. Y'all were amazing. If anyone else would like to join the lobby, I have 2 open spots. So, you guys are more than welcome to join me. I know, I was expecting, like, to get hooked after the $9.99. Yes, you can. So, I don't know if we're added, but, this is how you can add me. If you're on Steam, just click the join button. Because, like, I think my, my friends list is almost full on Steam, so I'd rather you just click the join button if you're through Steam, but if you're on console, it's just my name, Lolo Latte. La da da. Yeah, I have two open spots if anyone would like to. I know Slarg is gonna join, so technically I do have one open spot. So if anyone else would like to join, feel free. Wanting now? Okay. Deal you in? Okay, yeah. Just click the join button, and then I think you were Steam, right? Oni? I'm pretty sure you were. I didn't see a globe next to your name. But yeah, just click the join button through Steam. Or whatever works. It should, like, when you like click on Steam, like it shows my profile, like you, it should show on the right side. But I don't know. Maybe it's bugged. I'm not sure. You might need to, like, refresh it, probably. It should be on her profile, yeah. Couldn't be accepted. That's weird. Maybe it's bugged. I think it's probably bugged. Wait, is Anchovies? Who's Anchovies? Okay, I'll accept, and then... Okay. Yeah. I don't know why it's not... I don't know why it's not working. Because normally when it does the join, when it does the join, it should automatically like allow you to join, but I don't know. It's probably a Steam issue then, probably. Okay guys, this is for real LG. And then I gotta go to the grocery store with Mr. Lola. Hopefully he didn't leave me, because last time Mr. Lola, guys, last time Mr. Lola fucking left me. Okay? Last time Mr. Lola fucking left me and I went to the grocery store by himself. Oh, disconnected from host. That's crazy. Hold on. That's wild. See, this game is trying to tell me a sign of keep going. This is not gonna be your for real LG. Also, guys, Mr. Lola literally left me last time and I was like, that's crazy. You went to the store fucking without me. Actually, that sounded wrong. I'm sorry. That sounded really wrong. And I got mad and he was like, I was like, that's crazy that you just decided to go without me. And I'm like, I'm just here. I'm just here, you know? So I'm like, girl, there's no way that you went to the store without me. And then you like, and then there was one time Mr. Lola didn't even get the right brand of like chips or anything. And I was like, that's crazy. You hate me. Fucking without you is crazy. Yeah. 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 Also, guys, I'm doing a girl diet right now. And I just had a whole cup of coffee. And that's it. That was my girl breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That was my girl breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So y'all better tell Mr. Lola to get my snacks. Oh, it's white. Okay. Well. Anyone for the save? No? No takers? No takers? Closer to my sound? Oh, not that. Wait, you made a new emote? Sure. Also, guys, don't forget that there's a, guys, do you think this flight's gonna tunnel? Be honest. Okay, Admiral. You fucker. You know what you did. Yeah, he just might. Yeah, see, get her! Get her! Get that thong! Not me saying get that thong, girl! See, Admiral Admiral knows what they did. And I'm just here surviving. Oh. Well. Fake thong. Oh, not you calling me the fake. Excuse me? Girl! Hi, Breezy. Welcome in. No, you checking to make sure he wasn't still chasing. Well, yes. See, I still haven't gotten the Switch 2 yet. Oh, you can play it on Switch 1 as well. See, that's the thing. I don't know where my Switch 1 is. And Mr. Lola hid it somewhere, and I'm so mad. And then he was like, "Oh, it's in the yeah." So I don't know where the fuck it is, and it's probably dead somewhere in one of my suitcases when I moved in with Mr. Lola. Mr. Lola's fired. Well, yes. I barely use my Switch, Pokemon, and Just Dance. Yeah. Guys, if we finish this gen, we win. We win. He won't chase you? That's crazy. Hateful, homophobic, hateful and homophobic Blight. You won't chase my Carlos? Hey, Rex! Hey, Rex! I'm so glad that he doesn't have alien instinct either. Because I've been injured this whole time. Guys, I've been injured this whole time. Can y'all believe it? Hi. Oh, but he'll chase me? Oh. Go over there. Come. Go, 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 go. Oh, not the tunnel. understand. I just don't understand. Bestie, why would you swing and a miss there? Wait, I do have breakdown. I do have breakdown. Okay, Slurg, you might need to come get me. Okay, maybe one more LG? Maybe one more? And we gotta make sure Admiral stays alive. I hit it that time. Oh, you got like Gigamax 3000. Oh. Why did you not finish chasing me? Yeah. No! My dear! My DS is gone. I wanted to utilize my DS and it's gone! Why? Don't pick me! No, Blight. Blight, you're a stinky pinball machine. Okay, for real. One more LD. Okay, and I promise you I will hit my decisive, okay? One more game. One more game. Jeez. Okay, one more game, I promise. One more game. Okay, we're gonna pretend that they made it out, guys. We're gonna pretend that they made it out. We got a 2-man out for that. That was great, guys. That was great. Admiral, you left? That's crazy. Admiral hates us. Admiral hates us. Guys, Admiral said no thanks. Your lobbies are too sweaty. That's basically what Admiral said. And was like, no thank you. You said last game twice. Well, okay. You know, you're right. You're right. That should be LG. And I do have a headache, so there's that. Okay. Guys, thank you guys for the games. I do appreciate that. Thank you so much for tuning in. Because Admiral is gonna yell at me. Admiral is gonna yell at me if I don't officially quit. I was supposed to end 40 minutes ago. Yes, thank you for the games, Oni. Thank you. I do appreciate. I backed out of my Pinhead game for nothing. Listen. You go back to your Pinhead games. You go back to your Pinhead game. I know. I forced you out of that Pinhead game, and I was like, wow, Admiral hates me. That's crazy. And then I was, yeah. You go back to your Pinhead game, Admiral. Okay? You slay those filthy survivors. But yeah, thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate it. And thank you guys for listening to me rant in the beginning of stream. Also, I need to put points into in my first secret P100, guys. I need to put points into them. And I can't say who it is because it could be It could be a survivor, it could be a killer, it could be someone in between. I don't know. You know, it could be an alien for all I care. Well, actually, don't take my word. Okay, we're gonna go raid. We're gonna go raid Sunny. I think I don't know how long Sunny's been on, but we're gonna go raid Sunny. Sunny is collabing with one of her mods, and she is playing DVD. She's playing Lights Out. I don't know if they're doing open lobbies or they might be doing duo open lobbies today, but I don't know. So we won't. Yes, thank you for the raid messages, guys. If you guys are not subscribed to the channel, copy and paste the very first raid message with the girl sipping on her tea. And then if you guys are subbed, copy and paste any of the raid messages with my personalized emotes, because it won't work if you guys are not subbed. So if you guys are not subbed, copy and paste the very first one. But yes, thank you guys for tuning in. I do appreciate you guys. And yes, join the Discord if you guys want to join. I do have it set to apply to join. It's going to ask you like a few questions, and then you have to like abide by the rules and stuff. So you'll need to do all that stuff before joining. And like my mods or myself will approve of you guys when you guys join. But I love your guys's I love you guys. My Raven, I love your face. Thank you so much for hanging out. And we're gonna go raid Sunflower. Sunflower Curls. We love Sunny here. Sunny is absolutely wonderful. She normally plays killer, but she does play survivor occasionally. Okay, so make sure you guys be nice, and make sure you guys be nice, be kind. Make sure you guys be kind to yourselves. Drink water, drink tea, drink whatever the fuck you want to drink. And also make sure you guys take your vitamins and eat. Don't be like me where I just have girl breakfast and drink coffee, okay? Don't be like me. I'm a bad example. But yeah, I will let me just see if I can spell her name right. Okay. But yeah, guys, we're gonna go raid Sunny. And also thank you to Laura for the raid earlier. I do appreciate it. And thank you to King Hannibal for the bits and the subs and earlier. I do appreciate you guys, and thank you for everyone who is tuning in today. I do appreciate you guys. I will see you guys tomorrow at 4 p.m. I know I started a little bit earlier today because I had some chores to do and finish. So we will be starting at our normal time tomorrow, which is 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern. And we'll be playing some Phasmo with my friend Stitches tomorrow. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.